All right, so I hope you guys are able to hear me here. Today is FOMC day. Let's see how markets trade. So quickly before I kind of start. Anyway, if you guys can just confirm if the volume is good, maybe in the chat or something. Just testing the volume again. Are you guys able to hear the volume? Just testing the volume again. All right, seems like it's good. All right. So today is FOMC. Just before I forget, I have had a couple of questions around the new setup here. I just hid the price on my dome here because a lot of people ask why is it like that. It's just that I like to have it with the last two digits, gives me more space. So that's the ES dome here with the option here, which is 50,000 clear trades timer. This way the trades stay a bit longer and I'm able to see the volume that builds. Here I've got the regular ES tape just to see the flow of the market, okay? And I'm just gonna recenter all this. So I don't really need to see here. This is like the small one lots, right? So at least I'm able to see the flow of how market is trading. As you can see, they're mostly the small lots, so like less than 5, okay? And then here I've got another dome which gives me the timer on this one is 2500 milliseconds. So I'm just able to see the fastest rotation in the last 2-3 seconds what the market is doing. So I'm able to see how far it's going. These are just ideas that I had previously, so I've put them together to really give me a better idea of a quick visual instead of having a regular footprint where I would bring my footprint here. This is my regular footprint with CRI charts. I would be able to see where most volume is building. So I just wanted to make sure I explained that because I had a couple of questions. Instead of like having the footprint on another screen and always trying to look at what's going on and all that, I'm able to see the higher volume here. So 50,000 milliseconds, it's like 50 seconds, I believe. So it gives me a better visual of where the market's building volume and all that. All right, so let's see here. We've got a couple of people that joined us here. Hopefully I'm gonna probably keep the whole day recorded like this. I mean, again, another thing that I want to make sure it's clear here, because I had some questions on that as well. Here is Tickstrike. I'm just gonna show you guys that quickly here. So this is my other screen that I have. So I've got like a Samsung 47-inch, and then I've got two other regular screens, and I've got the dome screen, which I just showed you guys earlier. So this is Tickstrike. This is the panel that you use for Tickstrike. You're able to play around with, you know, all the settings and all that. So I'm just gonna lower that. And then I just have my basic charts that I look at throughout the day. I don't really need that for now. On the main dome here, what I did is, just because I wanted to see how Tickstrike works with these little options here. As you can see, the volume is building, and I've got all the major stocks right on the right hand side. I have a video on Tickstrike, which settings I use and all that. So if ever you guys are interested, that could be a nice little video to go watch, how I use that. Then I've got the large tape with ES, the regular tapes that I use. We've got the market moving here. Just gonna double check. So this is NASDAQ here with my regular tapes, the mid-size tapes with NASDAQ. We're able to see the coloring, which shows me where the sweeps are occurring. It's just another visual way. Now we've got markets doing new highs here, which is pretty interesting. So for yesterday, we had a nice little day that market went lower. I can show you that here. This was the daily here on NASDAQ. Hope you guys are able to see that on the top screen. So we're kind of building higher here. It's pretty interesting. And then okay, so here we've got ES, and same thing here. I mean, yesterday market, I thought, really, by breaking the one-time framing there, would have at least given us a nice little move, but seems like for now we can put the technicals aside because it's FOMC, so anything is possible, right? So the overnight, we had a nice little overnight session that basically built volume above yesterday's high, which is really, you know, seeing yesterday how market traded, I would have thought it was gonna most likely be a bearish overnight session, but you know, doesn't look like the market cares about FOMC, right? Yeah, I think my volume profile basically didn't reset correctly, so I'm not too sure what the levels were. I mean, with Jigsaw here, you're able to basically go and update your levels. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, the 6850 is the overnight high, so I can go into my dome here and I could update 6850. That was the overnight high, I believe so. Yeah, so that's how my coloring is there. So the volume profile, we set it at the open. I don't know why, it's a glitch that I have with my Jigsaw domes. It's been doing that for a while. So now these at the top, I've got, just gonna see if I can play around with them. Hope you guys are able to see them. Yeah, here we are. So this is the regular NYSE tick. So that was the open there. Just gonna put it at the front here. I just have some coloring there just to show me where the market is hitting extremes, and gives a quick glance of, you know, what kind of momentum or what kind of day we've got. It's not the holy grail of trading, but it could help to, you know, if you're seeing, basically the way I use this is, if you're seeing a market that's moving up like this, and I'm not too sure why, but it doesn't look like NYSE tick is really moving up with this move on the markets here. It's just basically resetting back to the zero, which means that most of the NASDAQ indices, the stocks are not really making, not a lot of stocks are actually upticking. That's what it means. And then here we've got ES also doing that. So it's probably just because it was at a high here when it opened, so it was above 1,000. You know, it's normal that it kind of comes back to zero, kind of rebalances throughout the day. And then when market is getting to these extremes, how does the market do it? Does it just continue going higher? Let's see. So I'm just gonna see if I could erase all this. Yeah, I'm just gonna erase the volume, recenter all this. We've got some bearish momentum here. Let's see how. I mean, normally in FOMC days, I don't really trade a lot, to be honest. So that's the purpose of having this whole stream, so that you guys are able to see the full recording of the new vertical screen. I think it's really helpful, the vertical screen, having the tapes this way. I mean, I just have one full thing to look at. I think it's pretty neat. So I've been trading a lot less in the last couple of weeks because first of all, I got COVID. So it was the new variant that I had, and it took me like at least a good 10 days to kind of recover from that. So I've been getting the regular payouts with the funded accounts, trading Bullinox, Apex, and the legal funded accounts that I have. Hopefully you guys are able to see this here. I'm not sure if it's clean. I'm just going to put that like that. Okay. For the question on the firms, the prop firms, I think there's a lag. I'm not too sure why, honestly. When I'm streaming here, it says that it looks okay, but I don't know what the lag is for. The stream status is pretty good, so that's really weird. Maybe it's just YouTube. I've got I think Bullinox having 2 payouts every month is pretty interesting. It's just that you know each firm is a bit different when it comes to the way you need to trade, and I'm using these firms just to have the monthly payouts. I actually started, I think I already explained this, but I was like referring traders to go try them, the evaluations, and then really to learn how to trade and all that, not to have your own capital at the beginning, and at the end I noticed that I wanted to test them out too, and then I noticed that it's pretty legit. Everything works very well, and on a monthly basis, depending on the evaluation and the account you have, if you're able to go get 3, 4, 5K per month, let's say, from the various prop firms, why not, right? I think Bullinox having it twice a month is good. Apex, Lilo, Bullinox, I've really had no issues at all personally. You've probably heard other stuff with other traders, but I mean, me personally, I just trade my regular way. I don't need to really exaggerate. I'm just planning to go get the monthly payouts, and that's pretty much it, And like I said, I kind of started just because I wanted to start it off with several traders, and the support with the prop firms, they're really good. I mean, honestly, you send them an email, they'll get back to you within the next couple of hours max, and sometimes it's even faster than that. They're pretty good, and anytime you have any technical issues, they're able to help. Here the market is just making all like crazy moves here. Too bad we're not trading it, but I think here at the 70 we can have some issues on ES. So let's see if I could get a trade. Let's see here. I can't find my trade thing now. All right, here we are. Yeah, even with the ticks, this market is really strong. Honestly, the move here is pretty strong. I would not really want to fade this at all. Yeah, like you said, Adrian, I think the support for the prop firms, they're really good. Honestly, I never expected them to be really good at that point where, you know, you email them and they get back to you like within the next hour or whatever, and if there's any issues. And generally they're, you know, they're obviously they're doing a lot of marketing, they send out a lot of emails, and, you know, which I could understand, right? But you know, I think if, especially if you're a trader who just wants to go get, you know, a couple of $1,000s every month really to learn at the same time, this is the ideal way to do it, right? I have my own brokerage account, and honestly I'm like, I'll trade it once every couple of days, but, you know, it's like at the end of the day, if you're able to get payouts with a prop firm and it's not your own money and the risk is so low, right? Why not? That's how I see it, and I think most traders, especially the ones who blow up a lot of accounts, and believe me, I've met a lot of traders who've had all kinds of issues with, you know, blowing up accounts and all that. Yeah, in trend days, this tick here, the NYC tick, is probably not the best ideal thing, honestly. Even as you can see, the market's been making new highs, and the tick is basically still around, hovering around zero, right? So that's what I'm looking at here, and it's one thing to have that on, but when you have tremendous momentum like this, it generally is one thing to not really rely on that. 39.52 is my overnight pivot, so we're trading above it, so I think the market's probably gonna go and test some higher prices. 39.75 would be kind of an extreme here on ES, so that's what I was looking at. 39.75. I said 72, but I think 70 to 75 is going to be a key spot to monitor. Again, FOMC today, so not sure if I'll be able to capture some trades, but we'll see. You know, the thing with trading FOMC is, like, a lot of traders tell me like, oh, I did this, I faded this, and I faded that. I mean, at the moment, the liquidity and everything looks pretty good, but especially when it's time to listen to Powell, it's ideally not, it's not obvious to trade, right? A lot of traders kind of, you know, they think they have an edge and whatever, but it's tough. Here is financial juice. We're looking at, yeah, so what's the news here? Pending home sales. That's what we have coming up, right? And then Bank of Canada hiking in September is the main thing I see here. And then FOMC coming up within the afternoon. I'm going to probably put Jerome Powell as well, so that when it's talking, when he's talking, we'll have the live commentary. I think Tickstrike, you guys are able to hear the Tickstrike ticking, right? So that's one thing I also wanted to demonstrate here, because I think a lot of traders want to have, you know, want to give it a try. I think having the correlations this way, you avoid having another chart for your charting and all that. So I think seeing the correlations this way is pretty interesting. And then I have the NYC tick and the NASDAQ tick here, which is at the top, but also on my screen. So I'm not showing the right screen here. So sorry for that. So again, like I said, here is the tick. You see, it's basically ticking up, right? I see it on the Tickstrike here. And then on the top of the screen, you have my regular NYC tick. Again, the coloring, I hope that was clear, but it was just to give me like, a quick visual to see where it is. So I don't really need to look at the numbers. I know that the NYC tick here is around 500. I know it's above the zero line, which is the the black. It's just quickly to, see it this way. And this is the NASDAQ NYC tick. On the right, this is NYC tick for ES, or for basically for New York Stock Exchange, right? We've got a market that's hovering around the zero lines, which is, making new highs all the time here in the last 10 minutes here. So, yeah. Okay, we've got some momentum to the downside. Okay, so here, I'm just gonna move that around. Okay, let's just erase here. Looking at selling maybe 88s. I'm gonna put a stop loss really close to avoid having issues here. So I think we've got a strong market here. Come on, if it's gonna move now. Here we are. Yeah, you see, it's really a strong market to the. I think a lot of dip buying is occurring, so ideally, I'm just trying to capture like a momentum trade just to really get something going, but it's having a hard time here above the 80, below the 82s here. Let's see. Yeah, you see, good thing we didn't keep that short, right? Trying to get in with a downtick, especially if it's gonna move together. But honestly, both markets seem to be very strong, so I think the best ideal thing is to look for a long. Anyway, we stopped at our 70 to 72 area that I was looking at on ES, which is too bad because we could have nicely taken a nice little short there. So I'm really planning to take a short only with both markets down ticking, and at the moment they're both up ticking, so this is not the ideal scenario to look for shorts. And here we are, new highs. Okay, so both markets kind of made new highs at the same time. Let's see if we get any kind of momentum here. I mean, again, probably the best scenario to look for trades is not an FOMC day like this, but if I can get a couple of trades, why not, right? Okay, put a stop right here. Let's see if I can get. Not gonna. But I think we have something here for. Did I say that was the overnight high? It was, right? Yeah, so not too sure what the overnight high was on NASDAQ. Where's my... Yeah, so the overnight high on NASDAQ was 331.25. 331.25. We're much above it, so 331, it's like all the way down there, so whatever. 384 was kind of the extreme that I was looking at on NASDAQ here, and I think we're poised for some 446. This thing could go really high today, especially if we've got a hawkish FOMC, and I think everyone's kind of priced in what's going to happen here. Yeah, I'm going to go short here. I'm gonna get stopped out. Yeah, I'm putting a stop because I don't feel very comfortable going short, especially in these conditions, but it does look like we're gonna get a reversal here, so yeah, I just feel like there's a reversal coming here. Do we go short again? I'm being a bit aggressive here, so probably not on a down tick here. Come on. No, it's not gonna work. We're fighting the tape. That's what we're doing. So we've got 3 trades, one scratch and 2 little losses here. But I still think this is a short. This is just not the best. Yeah, I'm gonna go short. Wait. A lot of absorption here on ES, so I don't think we're. Yeah. Anyway, we're not poised for good short trades today. Definitely not. But I still feel like it's a short anyway. The feeling is different, but then what the market is doing is totally different. Like, we've got down ticks, but the market's still not really moving, so I don't think we've got any good conditions to look for shorts here. Yeah, crazy how the down ticks are occurring, but the market's just not going lower. So it's probably, I mean, it's just clearly a lot of absorption here. It's probably going to go test the 74, 75s here on ES. Look, even if you look at the screen, I mean, the volume that's building, I mean, it's not, I'm not even seeing 800 or 1,000, right? So that clearly tells you that it's not a typical day, that, you know, it's not the kind of regular day that you get that kind of volume. I would see normally 800, 1,000 every, what is this, every 50 seconds, right? And it's rare that we get that here. And it's going down with, like, let's see, like, I mean, we got some absorption here at the 69.50s, so if we can just take some kind of I just feel like this is a beautiful short, but doesn't, yeah. Anyway, so at least we're not on the wrong side of the trade, because it's definitely not the best conditions. Like, normally in this 50,000 millisecond, I would see this much higher volume build here on ES. Yeah, it can go very high, no doubt. I think it's probably not the best ideal conditions to look for shorts. But it's been stuck here for a while, so that's the danger here. It can just build momentum and flush very quickly, and then maybe come back to a better area of dip buying. I think the 60s would be a very good area to look for a dip buying opportunity here on ES. We've got a lot of volume that built here. I mean, a lot. The VPOC is basically all the way at the top here, close to the top. So you see here, when I just erase this, right? Anyway, I'm gonna look for. Yeah, even with the down ticking, the buyer stepped back in. So definitely we're not looking to be aggressive on the low side. Again, my short idea is still there. It's just not. It's not even moving like what we were around 88, and we got down to 82 only on Nasdaq, which is like 6 points. So put one here. I'm gonna add another one here. I'm just gonna put a stop right here. Just gonna be very cautious. I think we can get something going. There we go. Now we got it. Beautiful. Let's just move this here. My God, don't tell me I'm gonna get stopped out. Yeah, you see, I didn't take the profit too early there. I should have taken a profit on that one. Too bad, because it really did move. I was shorting 82s and 88s and moved right all the way to 72, and I didn't cover. So this 88 looks like a very. I'm only gonna try to take shorts with both markets down ticking, so I don't really wanna. Yeah, it's hovering a lot back into that same area, so this is definitely not gonna be easy to trade. If I go long at 82s. 82. Some volume built here at the 66.50 here on ES. So wow, look at that. 1,800. What was that? I'm gonna go short right here. Can't get any momentum on this market. Definitely not. Yeah, I'm gonna try to scratch this one here if I can. Just trying to scratch it. Yeah, got stopped out. Again, guys, definitely not an ideal market to short. As you can see, it's a very clear. The chop is definitely not obvious to trade, so we've got a lot of volume here at the 67. Unbelievable how much volume built there. Crazy. I was trying to go short just because I felt that there could be a good dump from that area, which is not what happened. And yeah. 67. Wow, look at that. 2,215. Didn't film me. I'm being too aggressive now, so too bad. And there you are. Market is just flying higher now, so even though I had a couple of good trades with the shorts there, it's not going to work out. So forget it. It's got to be the first initial entry. So I'll put the recording pretty much all day. So we'll let this run with FOMC coming up. Let's see. Again, I didn't take profits on that one, but I just felt like it was upticking. Well, ES was upticking, but again, ES was upticking, but Nasdaq didn't really. So the entry was good. Now we're gonna get some momentum here. So yeah, really, every momentum down, ES is kind of absorbing, and then let's see if I can get something here. '92s, '88s, maybe. Yeah. Definitely not well correlated, these markets here. Gonna go with a short at 98. Just gonna move that out of the way. I'm gonna put 2 stops right there if I can get. Here we are. This time I'm gonna make sure to take profits, but man, it's really tough. It's tough. It's tough because it just doesn't move. It doesn't give us the move that I want. Because I'm expecting a nice move right here. Well, that's not gonna happen. Here, I'm gonna go short again. I have to move this out of the way. Gotta scratch this one because ES is also upticking. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Here we are. I think we really need like overall momentum from all the stocks to really go lower to look for any shorts in this market here, because as you can see, the ticks haven't even like crossed the 0 line. Obviously not a good scenario for shorts, right? Anyway, I had a couple of good entries on the Nasdaq. I just didn't take profits because I wanted that flush, but the flush with this kind of market is not going to happen probably because overall stocks are moving higher. So 20 minutes left for initial balance, let's say. Okay, so 416 was the top on NASDAQ. Yeah, take a long here at 92s. Let's see. Can't seem to get the entries are good. Okay, I'm gonna start trying to short this because it's not gonna work. At least I've got a good buffer on my Apex funded account, so it's fine. Anyway, if I had gone long at the 98s or 92s, I would have probably worked out. Let's just recenter all this. Yeah, so again, as you see, market's making new highs, and anyway, this 72 to 74 area is one area that I've been looking at on ES. Not sure, but the thing is, NASDAQ just made a new high, so good thing we're not keeping our short bias, right? It's really just little scalps that aren't working out all that well, but look. Or maybe we're just biased too much because it's FOMC and like I said, I have a good buffer on the Apex funded account. Didn't really want to be too aggressive on the trading today with FOMC, so again, got it. So keeping the powder dry. I see that tweet here on Twitter, so that was it's an awkward feeling being able to call the top here, 72 to 74 on ES, and not trading that to the short side because what? I'm not too sure why. So this is here snapshot column on my dome here. What I did is I merged it, so it's the snapshot depth that is merged snapshot. So you're able to have normally a separate snapshot for the bids and another snapshot column for the offers. I just like to have it merged this way. I think it takes less space, and the real way to really use it is if you're seeing, like a lot of stacking or, on the offer, on the bid, right? And you're seeing the market not really able to do its thing. So either you want to kind of take profits and not really look here. We've got a reloader here on ES, which is definitely doing its job. I mean, it's basically been like in the same 3 tick range for the last 5-10 seconds here. It's a quick visual to, and then again, we got some down ticking on both markets, and really, again, dip buying. The buyers step back in, It dips, and then you see like momentum that shifts with the stocks, right? So that's one quick way to see what's going on, and I think that's the main reason why I'm really not looking into taking shorts in this kind of market. I mean, I think I tried a couple, which did work. It's just that my stops were very tight because the conditions are not ideal. So whoever shorted 405 with a target at 370, it just didn't happen, man. It's not. This is really since that call, it's only gotten to like 403. It basically never really. And if you look at 370, we're really far away from where the market is now. So yeah, so I kind of took some trades at the beginning, and really took some shorts, and then called the top on ES from 72 to 74, but not really looking to short unless we get some momentum. But I don't think today's conditions won't really give us any. Got some kind of a good area to base off a short here on ES. I'm just gonna take a short just because I feel like it. Okay, so let's see. 290 hits there, and then we move back up. We're moving back up like two, three ticks from that, and I think we can get something here. I'm just gonna put a stop at break even. Not even. No. Okay, I can see this moving maybe a bit lower here. We got some reloading on the offer here. Reloading on the offer. I'm just gonna take another two lots here just to see if we can get a move here on ES. Come on, that was a beauty. I'm just gonna take one off right there. And man, what a move quickly back in. Forget it. I don't like when that happens. It just confirms to me that I'm on the wrong side of the trade, even though my entry is perfect, you know. But again, we've got a nice little reloader here at the 72s. I mean, again, if you're going to take a short here, you really have to put your stop like at 75, which would be like 2 or 3 points out. And I have a feeling in this market, even if there's a reloader here, they're going to most likely get through this guy very easily. Like, there's absorption here at the 72.50. Look at that, right? Clear, very clear. My initial idea was really nice. It's just that the market moved a couple of ticks in my favor and then just pushed right back up, which clearly tells you that there is no real strength on this. Like, there's not enough sellers. The aggressive sellers are not around unless at one price you've got one guy doing business, reloading, doing something to try to, you know, maybe sell some lots there. But the positioning is not ideal for sellers. Yeah, 72.50. You see, if you take a short here, the thing is now we had that reloader around 72.50-ish here. So like your stop has to really be around 73 if you really want to trade this like in a very strict low risk environment. I'm gonna go with that short. I like it. I think we're gonna get something here. Okay, I'm gonna put that, like I'm gonna do exactly what I'm thinking. So like really above 72, this is not ideal. We're not getting enough absorption, but NASDAQ is kind of leading the way now, so it's probably gonna at least give us a $100 trade. No, I just want to see the bids like really flushing here. Okay, so let's just see. Hope the volume's good. I'm getting some momentum. It's a bit better than before. At least we're on the right side of this one here. So again, most of my trades I was on the right side. It's just the momentum of the. Look at that. We're gonna get stopped out on this here at break even probably. Yeah, the momentum is terrible. It's basically not even doing 6 ticks to the downside, and then, you know, so. But the idea was right? I mean, your stop has to really be around 72.50 because we saw that reloader on the offer, which is very clear. What 72.50 to what 70? We basically had what an 8 tick move here. You know, 8 tick for someone that absorbed all that. You know, it's not. It clearly isn't a seller's market, right? So what I mean. If you were really playing an evaluation with a prop firm here, you would put all kinds of buy orders all over the place. And could someone just confirm that the volume is good, the audio? You're able to hear me like clearly. I mean, I'm testing the live stream on my end as well, so it seems to be working well. Let's not forget FOMC today, 2 o'clock. We should get some. I don't know who Tony is. Trade FOMC with Tony. It says on Financial Juice here. Okay, so here we've got crude oil inventories coming up within the next 5 minutes. So let's see how that moves the markets. Anyway, that reloader here at on the offer was very, you know, it's tough because if you had taken the short and you had your stop here at the moment, you're what 2 3 points lower. Get some reloader here. The buyers are having a bit of a difficulty, so maybe we can get some trades on NASDAQ. What do you think? Maybe now is the time to get some shorts going. What's the high on NASDAQ here? Gonna go see. Yeah, 434. I was looking at 448, so I think Nasdaq could still get to like 450-ish, 448, 450 here. ES 39.74 to 76 is kind of like, oh, I might have a buy stop here. I'm just gonna erase that. Okay, so audio is all good. Man, my mouse is pretty loud, eh? Feels like I'm just clicking all over the place. All right, so it's probably because my microphone, the gain is pretty high, so it's trying to take all the noise that's available here. What a move, but it's just not down taking, for God's sake. It's terrible how I'm just gonna scratch this here. You know what? Leave one here. If we take a loss, we take a loss, right? Anyway, I'm just aiming like to get back to the VPOC here, which is not gonna happen. Anyway, I'm just gonna get out. So try to scalp a small little move back to VPOC, probably being impatient with this, but just look the move is not, it's not clear. It's just not moving, right? What a move. Sorry for that. I'm listening to the audio at the same time to make sure that it's working pretty well. Again, we had that same reloader, that guy here, 72.75. All right, so hope that didn't scare you. That's the news that came out with Financial Juice, and I'm not too sure why, but let's see if this guy's talking. Oh,
minus 1 million. Distillate inventories at minus 0.784 million, minus 0.784 million, which is a draw on the forecast of minus 0.5 million. Seeing some slight upside movement in WTI crude there after the crude oil draw. 0.12 million barrels per day. Refinery utilization down at 1.5% to 92.2%.
The move I've been expecting, it just came. So the thing is, even with this move, we still don't have an NYC that's really negative, right? Nothing. I mean, that just tells me how, the market is trading, right? It's not doing its regular thing, but that real loader there definitely got the job done. He probably did his job there. I mean, real loader, it could be anyone, right? Any trader. I don't care who it is. So we were able to see that guy, right? The 7250s to 75s here, this same area right there. He definitely got the job done there. So if you're asking why these inside prints are essential or useful, that's pretty much it. It just told us that this guy is clearly, because if you're just looking at the volume here and then with the tape you can easily get lost, but having the inside prints like this tells you that this guy here he means business.
So US crude exports hit a record high at 4.55 million barrels per day, according to the EIA. The weekly US EIA inventories report is now available on the feed.
So as you see, with the 50,000 millisecond dome here, the inside prints, as soon as it hit 72, 75, it reprinted 131 because there was like I think 900 because that was the last print we had at that price. So that's why I have this one at 50,000 milliseconds and this one is a faster one on the right hand side here. So I've got a couple of trades already, which I mean I have like eight trades on ES and Nasdaq here on my Apex account, and really I'm down like 300 bucks on the day, so really haven't captured a good trade. The entries were pretty good, just that I had a couple of them that the market went in my favor and never really gave me that exit or target to be able to take profits early. So looking at Nasdaq, just feels so good to take a short here. It just, yeah, I mean, yeah, here we're looking. So we're coming back to that same area here on ES where we had that, reloading offer. Just looks like they're absorbing again here. 2 ticks above this here, the 72. They hit there. 724. Did we see that? What was that? 72s? I'm not even sure if it appeared on the tape, so it just looks like it was mostly retail. So I'm gonna go for the short. I love this guy right here. I would love this guy to, but the momentum is really strong, so I need to try to scratch this one. Maybe not. We got the same reloader is back, so I'm just gonna take a $50 loss. Maybe probably the last trade, trying to short this again. Come on. Here we are. We've got some bids being hit here. Do I move it to break even? I'm just gonna move it to break even because this has to flush now. If it's gonna flush now, it's gonna flush now, right? At this point, I don't really care about this trade. I just need it to flush. I would love to add to this, but today's momentum is definitely not helping to, like, you see, as soon as we get 200, 300 and it just stalls there, it doesn't give any confidence to the shorts here. The shorts are, I mean, the bears are, whatever, call them. All right, here we are. So I think we're going to get some moves here. Maybe the best trade of the day kind of thing. Let's see. I don't want to jinx it because I think moving it to 50 bucks would basically give us nothing. I'm just going to keep it at break even. That same reloading here on the offer, that same area, as you see. Previously, what did it do? It got to around 66s. I think we got around here. So if we can get a retest of this area would be nice. All right, so we're going to get some of a battle here. Some upticking, really some upticking on the ticks here. But again, if you look at the NYC tick, we never got a print below zero line here. So we had basically almost no momentum to the downside with the overall stocks here, you see. So this is probably the best trade of the day so far. So let's see if we can get the flush that we're looking for. I mean, I would really be upset if I can't get this move to go here. At least this guy, come on. 200. As soon as it's hitting 200, it's stalling, you see. I'm just going to put it here at 50 bucks. Let's see if we can get anything out of this trade. I just don't want this to come back, but that clear reloading on that area definitely gave us some clues, but like if there was like a huge large order here, I think the market would come to get it. But my highlighting of the bids here is really 115 plus, and I think we're gonna get our nice little trade here. So that's like the biggest large order I'm seeing here on ES. Come on, beautiful. Let's move it to the VPOC. I really don't want this to come back to the VPOC. But as you see, as soon as it's hitting like 200, above 200, it's stalling. So it gives you a lot, it tells you a lot about this market. Here we are at 300 bucks on this one. Here we are. That was the trade of the day. So hopefully that will put us back to break even, guys. Again, trading the Apex funded account. I have a good buffer on this account, so I already have done the requests for the payouts. It's around the 20th of each month you do your payout, and I've had this funded account for over 8 months now, and I've been going and getting my payouts every month, trading the same styles, same thing every day, NASDAQ and ES. I don't do a lot of hedging or cross trading, which would be like, going long NQ, shorting ES. I'm really just doing outright directional trades based off what I see on the dome and the tape with the correlations here. Tickstrike definitely helps. So we've got a nice little uptick here on both markets. So let's say you were to short this, right? You're looking at, let's say, 48s, 408s. I'm looking at NASDAQ, how much of a rotation it's able to do within the last 10 seconds here. So it's basically, this is very low volatility. So if you're going to put a sell order, you don't want to be too close to the market, but at the same time, it's these correlations that kind of give you an entry sometimes. So like here, trading 402 would be an ideal entry. Just don't want to see both markets upticking towards my entry, so that I might have to cancel that and maybe move the order back above. But that move here would have been, it wasn't off tremendous volume or any kind of momentum here. So again, mostly the momentum trades, if you're looking at them, you want both markets kind of correlating together, or else I have good traders, friends who do the spreads, especially the ones who are doing the spread trading. They'll go long at, let's say, here, and then they'll take a short if they're filled in a manner where it's too quick and it kind of goes through them. They'll start hedging with a spread on ES. That's ideal if you've got a decent large size account and you're able to manage the margin with that. But with evaluation accounts, I think most evaluation prop firms do not allow that kind of trading. So you got to be cautious in how you trade that. Again, as soon as we're seeing here, like, obviously the volume that's required to kind of let the market stall here, it's been like hovering around 250 to 300. So that's why these inside prints have been really, really helpful in managing trades and understanding where the market could rotate back into. And then here we're not building a lot of volume, so it's kind of not telling me that there's a lot of interest here. So let's see. Yeah, having interest is one thing, and then having this guy that's, oh my god, I had an order there. Just want to make sure I don't get filled on a bad fill here. So this guy here, you're seeing low volume trade at some area, but then you're seeing this guy upticking. You want to be cautious, especially in these FOMC days where, although the liquidity looks pretty decent, I'm seeing hundreds, above hundreds here, and then, so we've got, again, this 71 to 72 area. I have to say there's this reloading on the offer that's been really very clear here. So, if this ends up being the high of the day, 72 to 74, I would be really amazed, because that would be like me calling the top of the day kind of thing, which is not something I do often, but I'm just surprised how accurate this 72 to 74 area. I even had it jotted down as you see here. Unbelievable. So how do I get my dome here on Jigsaw? Yeah, very good. I think I showed it at the beginning, guys. I just want to make sure. Here, let's just put this here. I hope this is clear. Yeah, so these are my settings on Jigsaw. These are, I think, the default settings, which I don't really play around with, but appearances, here we are. Let's get to that. So, you know what, I'll just go with one by one. The bid depth, and then I highlighted the large bids for the depth and the ask. So let's just go by one, and then these are the colorings, trade videos, and then again, I think the one little thing here is that I merged the snapshot. So here I've got the bid column and the pulling and stacking column, which normally is on both sides. I have that here. And this is the regular dome at the middle here, okay? Just to make sure it's clear. Volume profile, that. I don't really need the bid and ask profile columns, which would be another column that you would have. I don't really need that. I just basically have the current trades at bid and ask. So that's what I have here. I like to recenter after 60 ticks because this is my vertical screen. Because that question here, since it's a vertical screen, I think I'm just going to put this aside. You see, I'm able to play around with the price here. I just kind of hide the first two digits. 39.62 to 39.80-ish. It's like a 20 point screen that I have. It's a vertical screen that I have. It's just a basic screen, which was like, I think, how many inches is this? I'm not even sure how many inches it is, but I turned it vertical and I have my whole screen set up this way. So these are the settings. Print outliers, 50,000 is what I have here. Appearances, again, the trade column is when you're in a trade, it tells you the P&L and all that. I just have regular, again, for the short keys, I mean, I use it very I had this special mouse where I was like, you know, I think I have small fingers, which doesn't really ideally work with those special mouses. So I just have auto center. CVB is what I use with my keyboard. I used to have this space for the recentering, but it makes too much noise. So, I mean, I'm keeping it very simple, guys. All you need to do is, what's really important here is cancel button, the auto center. If you want to clear the volume profile, which I do at the beginning of the session, then V is for clearing. If I hit V here, it's just going to basically clear all this volume here for both domes. And then I'll just hit B and it just recenters my domes. And the options on this one here, I'm just going to play around with it a bit. So I hid the prices because I don't need the prices. I have it on this dome here. This is separate. I just hit it this way. What I did is I put it at, sorry, I'm just going to put it like this. Hopefully that doesn't, here we are. So my tapes are right here. They kind of hide the price, which I don't need. I'm just going to play around with this to make sure this is nice and clean. Here we are. Here we are. So this is the screen settings for that. I have the momentum tails. Here it's at 2,000. Actually, I want to put it at 2,500. You know, let's just sleep. And then auto center at 40 for that. I think I'm just going to double check something. My auto center on this one is at 42. Okay, so both are at 40. So when I recenter, when it moves 40 ticks, which is 10 points, if it gets to 39.80-ish, let's say it gets to this area here, it automatically recenters. I like that option because for recordings and all that, if you don't have that, it's just going to continue going higher and higher or lower and lower, and you're not going to be able to have a good recording. And I have my one lots tape here, which gives us the flow of the market. Here is that. So it's 1 to 5. It filters that. So that's a reconstructed tape. I don't really need to see the ones and nulls because I just know with the coloring, like as soon as I have coloring of blue or red, I know that it's more than 1, but it's never going to be more than 5. I hope that was clear. And then this is the regular ES reconstructed tape for 75 and more. This is 20 and plus. And then I just have this little, I have it on at the bottom. I don't really use it, but it's just ideal sometimes for the timing. And then I had a friend who told me to put the date like this. I went and downloaded this on Windows. It's neat to have the date and time like that. I kind of like it. Anything else? So yeah, that was how I got the dome. And then I just have the regular. I mean, I don't really care about the coloring. This is just the basic coloring that I have here for the dome. Sorry, I had to cough there. So yeah, I think I just play around with the price a bit too much here. So we're at 39.73. I just like to hide the first two digits. For NASDAQ, it's pretty clear. And we've got some momentum here. Let's see what the market does here at 418 here on NASDAQ. Again, we got through that level that we saw absorption or the reloader on ES here at that same level. And 72 to 74 again is still holding, so I'm surprised how accurate that was. Very slow momentum here, and yeah, you see, I would go short around 18s here. Okay, so let's just yeah, yes, it's stuck here. It's not ideal. Although NASDAQ is moving lower, I just can't get a feeling for both markets here. Alright, I'm gonna start losing my voice here. Yeah, I think I'm not able to make it. Well, what do you need to put? I mean, I think the way this is recorded for the vertical screen, it's just that that's how it is. I can't make it bigger unless I hide the tick. Let me see if I can do that. I mean, having it this way, maybe. Let's see. Here, that's like the best I can do, because I think having it vertical kind of puts it this way. But and one thing with YouTube is that sometimes this thing, I don't know why, but vertical screens seems to convert back to a regular screen all the time, and I'm not too sure why, but yeah, I'm recording it with OBS, and honestly, the display, everything is really pretty clear when I do my own recordings. It's just this is live, so probably the way it's recording is a bit different, and I have all the settings to like the quality being the top quality, so I'm not too sure what is the issue. Yeah, so I increased the quality. I mean, it's weird. I don't know what to tell you. Even when I'm looking at my quality here, when I go in, because I'm testing it, I adjusted the setting to show screen as vertical. That's exactly what I have on OBS. I actually put it to vertical, so I'm not sure why. All the options are there. It's just really strange that.
There's more commentary off of the EIA following the inventories report there as the US Strategic Petroleum Reserve crude stock fell to the lowest since 1985 last week.
Okay, so YouTube is saying that. Yeah, that's what I don't understand because on my OBS it's actually vertical. That's what I have. Really strange. Let me try it again. Yeah, it's saying that it's vertical. It's exactly the same resolution I have. Really weird. Yeah, I mean, if you're watching it on your phone, it could be a bit slow. It could be a bit small, but I'm not too sure. Setting output. Yeah, I mean, when I go to setting output on my output, sorry, on my, it's really output mode. It says simple. Maybe that's the option I have to change. I can't even change it now. All right, so we got one little short, one runner here. If I can get something going, I mean, this has to move right away or not, or else it's just gonna, like, it's been squeezing through all this, so it's probably gonna. And then we've got some. Okay, we got through that, so that's giving us more confidence here. And now we got some buyers stacking here, which you see they came back and yeah. Anyway, it was a good trade. $100 on that one. And we're back to, like, I think I said this earlier, but we're back to break even for the day. I think I know the setting in OBS. Probably there was a setting here that says just don't want to play around with it now, but the output setting is probably, it's something here in OBS. This is probably the setting that I can't play with now, so it's kind of covered. That's probably something I had to change at the beginning. Maybe that's the little thing that I had to change. Anyway, it's not all that. Or the scaled resolution is probably something I could have played. Anyway, I would have to play around with it next time, but seems fine. So we had some good volume there. The trade was a nice little short that worked there. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but as soon as I took the short, the the stacking on the bid was just so obvious. It just felt like they were gonna get through all that liquidity. So that was one thing that I was looking at. So what we could do now is we're getting some volume here again. Just gonna cancel all my orders and then put all that like this. Recenter our domes. Too bad I didn't take that trade. Would have been a nice little short.
So just as a heads up for later on in the US session, of course, we have the FOMC rate decision with a forecast for a 75 base point hike to 2.5% from 1.75%. And just a reminder, before that, I'll be doing myself, Tony, a prep for that at 1 p.m. Eastern time, going all the way to the rate decision. And you can join me with the video that I've posted out on the Financial Use news feed for you. Again, click on that. No sign up needed at all. Don't forget to share it with your friends, fellow traders who might be interested in getting some prep or some understanding of what to expect from the FMC and all the different variables. So that link is out there on the Financial Use news feed. So in 10 minutes' time, at the bottom of the hour, we did hear reports earlier that Biden is due to be speaking at the Rose Garden. So we have got the video out on the feed now if you'd like to tune in live. 5 minutes now to the bottom of the hour, where Biden is due to be speaking at the Rose Garden. So again, that's at the bottom of the hour, where he is due to be speaking to reporters and taking questions. The live video is available on the feed for those interested. So the Atural oil refinery in Kazakhstan has halted processing due to emergency power outages, according to the press service. Mr. Biden is now taking the stand speaking live. We have posted the video on the feed if you'd like to tune in.
So for those who didn't weren't here at the beginning, I kind of explained the settings of the domes. This is an extra dome that I have here on Jigsaw. It basically just gives me the 2,500 millisecond trades. So that's like the most quickest time frame kind of thing there. And this is the volume that's actually building on a 50,000 millisecond, which is 50 seconds. So it just gives me a good quick visual way to see where volume has been building up. And this is just the quick rotations that I'm looking at. So it's doing like every 4 or 5 seconds. It's kind of doing like a five to six tick rotation. So it kind of tells you what the average rotation of the market is. I think it's just ideal to have it this way because it's a new setup that I had. I kind of like it this way. So it's different, but I think it's helping me to judge where I need to put orders to be able to if I take a short here, I know that it's been doing approximately a certain level of ticks, so it helps to judge when to scratch or when to kind of press on trades.
The Iranian foreign minister, as well as EU's Borrell, are to talk the nuclear deal in a call. The Iranian foreign minister noting that the deal can be reached if the US takes realistic steps. according to White House's Roots, Biden has not yet made a decision on China tariffs.
So today is FOMC. Do not
Peters saying that
try to fade this market. It's been going up since the beginning.
According to Axios, Biden aide says that the Iran deal return is unlikely in the near future. Again, according to Biden aide being cited by Axios, that the Iran deal return is unlikely in the near future.
So that's the market profile here. NASDAQ. No doubt, one time framing up. I think we never broke the one time framing. And then here is ES. The market profile is very clear. Here we are. So this is Sierra chart, so I just use Sierra charts for my market profile and the footprint. So we're expecting a rate hike today with the FOMC. I will probably not really look to trade it, but we'll see. We might get some momentum and we might get some decent scalps here and there, but let's see. I mean, with this clear indication that the market has already priced in this, move. I don't know if it's gonna really do anything different, but I think we can probably go over 4,000 if the market does do a nice little move. So once again, market profile here. I'm probably gonna go for some lunch. I'll be back around maybe 1:30, 2 p.m. a bit before the announcement with Powell, and we'll probably be following financial juice here that will cover. I think Biden was speaking a bit earlier too. I didn't really notice that. I didn't listen to what he said. Not sure if it was live, but we could definitely go and see that. Let me see here. I don't think it was covered here. Oh, it was. Biden delivers remarks from Rose Garden. I'm not too sure what that is, but let's see. If you guys want to listen to Biden here, I will put his speech up. It's like 19 minutes, so it should be good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
There were over this past week and the calls I've gotten. I also want to thank the medical team here at the White House for the incredible care they gave me. Fortunately, thankfully, God willing, my symptoms were mild, my recovery was quick, and I'm feeling great. The entire time I was in isolation, I was able to work, to carry out the duties of the office and without any interruption. It's a real statement on where we are in the fight against COVID-19. Right now, we are facing a new variant, the BA.5 variant, a very transmissible version of Omicron variant we saw here this past winter. In fact, this new variant that infected me is getting a lot of people infected all around the world, not just here in the United States. We should take precautions to try to slow the spread of this virus. My administration has made billions of dollars in funding available to improve ventilation in our schools and our public buildings. We've made tests widely available so you can take one before attending a large indoor gatherings or visiting with high-risk individuals. We've made high-quality masks available for free, so you should consider wearing a mask when you're in a crowded indoor public place. These precautions add an extra layer of protection for you and for those around you. But the reality is that BA.5 means many of us are still going to get COVID even if we take the precautions. That doesn't mean we're doing anything wrong. Unfortunately, this COVID is still with us, as it has been for 2.5 years. But our fight against COVID is making a huge difference. What's different now is our ability to protect ourselves from serious illness due to COVID. In fact, that's radically different today than it was just a year ago. COVID isn't gone, but even with cases climbing in this country, COVID deaths are down nearly 90%. And when I took office, that's 90% difference for today and when I took office. what's new. That's what's new in COVID response. Different from where we were just a year ago. Even if you get COVID, you can avoid winding up with a severe case. You can now prevent most COVID deaths, and that's because 3 free tools my administration has invested in and distributed this past year: booster shots, at-home test, easy-to-use effective treatments. We've got through COVID with no fear. I got through with no fear. A very mild discomfort because of these essentials, life-saving tools. And guess what? I want to remind everybody, they are free, they are convenient, and they are safe, and they work. First, booster shots. They weren't available a year ago. They are now everywhere. Every person aged 5 and over should get a booster shot. If you're over 50 years old, you should get 2 booster shots. I did. And if you have your boosters, 1 if you're under 50, 2 if you're over 50, your odds of getting severely ill from COVID are very, very low. Even older Americans are very unlikely to get severe COVID if they have 2 booster shots. Most COVID deaths are among those who are not up to date on their shots, their COVID vaccinations. So if you're over 50 and you haven't gotten a booster shot this year, go get one right away. Go to covid.gov, type in your zip code, and find a place where you can get a booster shot for free, usually at a site that's less than 5 miles from your home. Second, at-home test. A year ago, at-home tests were rare and expensive. Now, everyone in America can get them for free, shipped to their door. Shipped to their door. There's no excuse. Again, go to covid.gov and order at-home tests for free. Testing to find out if your symptoms mean you have COVID is critical in getting treatment quickly. Third, treatments. If you test positive, we have a new powerful treatment called Paxlovid. It wasn't available a year ago. It's a pill. And now you can take these pills at home. You can get them for free at tens of thousands of local drugstores around the country. The Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, even put in a special rule so many pharmacists can prescribe this particular drug. So you don't even have to go to the doctor to get a prescription. Millions of Americans have used Paxlovid. I tell you what, I think I used it. No, Paxlovid, including me. This life-saving drug reduces risk of hospitalization and death from COVID-19 by about 90%. Again, it's free, safe, and easy to take. And we move quickly to make it widely available, including the thousands of convenient test to treat sites where you can get tested. And if you need it, Paxlovid is ready right then and there when you make your visit. Again, go to covid.gov to find where test and treat sites are that are near you. Here's the bottom line. When my predecessor got COVID, he had to get helicoptered to Walter Reed Medical Center. He was severely ill. Thankfully, he recovered. When I got COVID, I worked from upstairs of the White House, and the office is upstairs, and for that 5-day period. The difference is vaccinations, of course, but also 3 new tools, free to all and widely available. You don't need to be president to get these tools used for your defense. In fact, the same booster shots, the same at-home test, the same treatment that I got is available to you. My administration has made sure that all Americans across the country, from all walks of life, have free access to those tools. COVID was killing thousands of Americans a day when I got here. That isn't the case anymore. You can live without fear by doing what I did: get boosted, get tested, and get treatment. At the same time, my administration remains vigilant. Right now, we have the tools to keep you from getting severely ill or dying from COVID. But we're not stopping there. Earlier this week, we had a conference at the White House for about the next generation of vaccines, with the goal of keeping people from getting sick in the first place, getting COVID at all, even getting it. Let me close with this. past 18 months, my administration has left no stone unturned in our fight against this pandemic. None. We brought down deaths by nearly 90% since I took office because of the help of all the people in this Rose Garden. Business and schools responded. Grandparents are hugging their grandkids again. Weddings, birthdays, celebrations are happening in person again. So let's keep emerging from one of the darkest moments in our history with hope and light for what can come. Get vaccinated if you haven't gotten already. And now, get boosted. Order your free test. And if you get sick and test positive, seek treatment. Take advantage of these life-saving tools. We have more of these tools than we ever had before. And to my friends in Congress, let's keep investing in these tools. Vaccinations, treatments, tests, and more so we can help making them available to Americans, the American people, on a permanent basis. Let's get moving, when I say permanent basis, as long as they are needed. Let's keep moving forward safely. God bless you all. And now, I get to go back to the Oval Office. Thank you all very much.
Also, just a reminder, at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, you can trade the FOMC rate decision live with our very own Tony. And the link is out on the newsfeed for those of you that are interested. The US Senate does have enough votes to pass the $52 billion CHIPS bill, and the vote is still ongoing.
So just an early heads up, so 1 hour's time, 2 p.m. Eastern time, we do see the release of the US interest rate decision and the FOMC rate statement. We have just posted out the FOMC interest rate prep at the top of the feed. You can also trade and have some live prep with our very own Tony. Again, the live video for that is embedded at the top of the news feed there. And so just going through our prep document here, so it's just a compilation of some investment bank views, some previous Fed speak in there as well, just running up to this release. So just going to go through some of the investment bank views here ahead of the US interest rate decision now. So Wells Fargo, they say that the June CPI showed core inflation picking up compared to expectations for a moderation, heightening the risk that inflation is becoming entrenched and leading us to expect an 100 basis point hike for the FOMC's upcoming meeting in our monthly forecast. That was on the morning of July 14th. Since then, however, the case for hiking 100 basis points has become less compelling. Comments are squeezed in right before the blackout period started from some of the FOMC's more hawkish voters, namely Waller and Bullard, signaled that despite another scorching inflation print on top of surprisingly strong jobs growth in June, another 75 basis points would likely be adequate in July. So Wells Fargo there advocating for 75 basis points at this coming meeting. So views from ING state that it has been a volatile couple of weeks for interest rate expectations ahead of this meeting, but the markets now appear to be settled on 75 basis points. There are encouraging moves in gasoline prices, but we still look for 50 basis points in September and November, with a final 25 basis point hike in December. Again, that's opinions from ING. They do add that recession risks linger with rate cuts as our base case for summer 2023. Some commentary out of BlackRock as well. They say that the Fed is set to raise rates by an additional 0.75% as well. They do say or more this week, so 0.75% or more this week, according to BlackRock, as it scrambles to raise the Fed funds rate into restrictive territory in order to rein in inflation. Market views on what to expect next for rate hikes have been volatile. This is because central banks think they can curb inflation and cause only a mild slowdown, whereas this is unlikely in reality, according to BlackRock. They say that they see more volatility ahead until central banks take sides in the stark trade-off between growth and inflation that they are facing. So just taking a look at the CME FedWatch tool, still around 77% of people expecting 75 basis points, around 22.5%, expecting 100 basis points as well ahead of this meeting. So if you'd like to go through this prep document yourself, we have posted that at the top of the Financial Juice feed for you. So the Senate does vote to give a $52 billion boost to the US semiconductor industry. So the Senate vote sends the CHIPS bill to the House now, as the vote gives a $52 billion boost to the US semiconductor industry. So the US Senate approves a measure awarding $76 billion in subsidies and tax breaks to US semiconductor manufacturers, sending the bill to the House of Representatives there as well. So we should shortly be expecting the results of the Fed's reverse repo facility usage. $102 counterparties take to spot $189 trillion at the Fed's reverse repo operation. seeing more colour via Siemens Energy, you say that we currently have no access to the turbines on site, referring here to the Nord Stream 1 turbines. You also say that we have not received any damage reports from Gazprom so far. Siemens Energy says that therefore we do have to assume that the turbines are operating normally. Siemens Energy also says that any further maintenance work can be facilitated. The Canadian government has already agreed that the turbines, which are maintained by Siemens Energy in Montreal, can be transported from Canada to Germany.
So I'm just gonna hop on to another stream just to test the stream with the new resolution that I have for OBS. Hopefully it works well. So we'll just hop onto the new link.